You don't sound like you're having a good morning. Good morning. Let's hear a very strong one. Good morning. How are you? Have you back on the final day of the Uganda National Extension Week 2024. Welcome back to this final day. I know yesterday we had our sessions out of here, but since we are back here, we thank God that we are all here and more are still coming. And they have been inconvenienced by the rain, but soon we shall have it all going, and we start now. I would like, before we proceed, to start this with a word of prayer, and I would like to invite Florence Nandiwala from Chegegwa district to lead us in prayer as we start this day.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First, that we humble ourselves, pray. Loving Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the new month. We thank you for taking us through yesterday's activities. We dedicate today's activities as we conclude this week. We pray that whatever we are going to do today, you lead us all through. I pray for journey mercies as we leave this place after concluding the activities. I pray and thank you for all this in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, God. Let's give a hand clap to God and also thank Florence. Thank you very much. May you have this microphone, please. Amazing. What's the roadmap for today? It's the final day, and it's going to be a very short day. And let's look at what we shall be having today. We've already had a prayer, and we appreciate you, Florence, for that. We shall have what I'm doing, the brief review or the roadmap for the day. Later, we shall have a presentation on policy, practice, and business opportunities for a robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. This day being a short day, after tea break or coffee break, whichever you would like to take, they are all available today. We shall be having a presentation of the week's outputs and products, including the dialogue. And the technical working team will be taking us through that. And the closing remarks, as well as the official closing of this week. And we shall have lunch. Of course, we must have lunch at the end. We are hoping that by 1 p.m. we shall be all done with the Uganda National Extension Week. However, on today's program, we have the 9th annual general and election meeting. It's the election year, and a new board will be elected into office. A link has already been shared for all the paid app members who might want to express interest on joining the board on the different positions that are available. If you are a paid up member, then you must have received that link. If you haven't, you may need to check with the person in charge to see why are you not receiving those links. I will be telling you who to go to. And 2, you might not be a registered member, and you will need to register. I would like to encourage each and everyone here, if you're not a member or a registered member of the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, to please register. How do you register? You will visit the reception table. As you are coming on your right, as you are coming into this hall through that door, on your right there is a desk. It's the reception desk. And there is a lady called Annette Babirie. She will register you and make sure you are participating as a fully registered member of OFAS. And that will give you a right and all the privileges to vote and also participate in the annual general meeting, which is the 9th, and it will be taking place this afternoon. You can't afford missing that. Very interesting meeting, and it's one you have to attend and you shouldn't miss if you are a registered member. If you're not registered, please register and you get to participate. And also get an opportunity to make certain decisions and get the other benefits that come with doing and serving on the board, as well as being a member of us. A registered member, that's what I'm talking about. That one said, before we go into the recap of yesterday and what we experienced in the different field trips, I would like to remind you that we shall be having an evaluation of this entire extension week, and later we shall be getting a brief on how it will be done and how you can participate and give your input to that evaluation. And I know you will be interested. Welcome once again, and welcome from the month of October. We concluded it with the field trips. Most of us here went to the different places. Some might have missed due to some reasons. And those who were able to visit, I know you have great experiences to share and what you got to learn from there. Yesterday, during the field trips, we had an opportunity to visit various sites. There were 5 in number. The Goody Leisure Farm in Chira, Kampala Capital City Authority Farm, Chanja, Agricultural Resource Center. We also got to visit the National Agricultural Research Laboratories in Kawanda, the WEPO Limited facility in Buyikwe, as well as the Grain Pulse Limited facility in Mukono District. And I'm glad most of us put in the effort, put in the time and the patience, by the way, to be able to pull through all those field trips. And I believe it was worthwhile. What are we going to do? I would like us to not feel cold where you're seated. I would like us to stand up and go into 5 groups. Group number 1 will be here. That is for the people who went to Goody Farm. You come this side. Group number 2 will be the other side towards that exit. And that is the group that went, I need to check my list, that went to KCCA Chanja. And group number 3 towards the back there near Expedia. Those are the people that went to Naro laboratories in Kawanda. Group number 4 can be in between there. Those are the people that went to WEPO Limited, and Grain Pulse Limited will gather there. Please, let's stand up and do that. We discuss. We think about what did we experience during those field trips. This will take about some few minutes, 4-5 minutes, and then we shall get back to our seats and we shall share with the rest of the team. I would like to appreciate you for doing that. Goody, our KCCA, we are having Naro there, WEPO here, and we shall have Grain Pulse Limited here. Thank you very much. We just have 4-5 minutes and we shall regroup and share with the rest of the team. Thank you for doing that as fast as possible. We appreciate you being quick at that. Yeah, you need to stretch your legs a bit and not feel cold. And get to say good morning to the team you spent the day with yesterday. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Let's do that fast and be done. Thank you for gathering in your different groups. If you didn't get to visit any particular field site, please join any that you feel like you want to join. Don't stay isolated, please. Join any group and discuss with them. What are we doing? We are talking about, yes, yesterday we went to this field site. Yes, we spent the day there. What did we take away from that visit? What did we learn? What are we carrying home to our different places, organizations, where we came from? How are we going to put it into action, maybe? How are we going to implement the different lessons that you picked from there? So discuss. Later, we shall discuss with the whole group as plenarly. But as for now, what did you learn, and how do you think you could carry it forward and implement, put into action? So just talk about that. I know you spend the day together, so you know each other. Let's do that. We have 4 more minutes, and we shall continue from there. I've been, they have told me that I'm mean, and I agree. That I'm too mean, that how can I give you 4? I reduced it from 5, now it is 4. So let's do, you want 10? Okay, cool. Let's have 10. Yeah, someone said 10 at least. So let's do 10 so that each one gets to share something at least. What did you learn, and how do you think you're going to put it into action? You're going to implement when you go back to where we came from. We appreciate your time for gathering around different groups. If you didn't go anywhere, join any group and listen in and also learn from them. And yes, you can. You have 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes, and I'll be inviting a member, one of the members of the groups you're in, to share. One of the members from your group to share. I'm hoping you're noting down what you're discussing so that one of you can come and share. Amazing. I have had another petition that 1 more minute. I have had a petition that you need 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes it is. I will invite one person from each group to come and share, or to share from wherever you are, so that we know what transpired where and what we learned, how we are planning to implement it. Thank you. Whatever you put down, please, we shall be retrieving it. We need to keep it for record purposes. It's well. It's well. Keep going. They say I should keep quiet. Thank you, everybody, for your deliberations. Let's resume our seats. And please, if you found the seat facing a certain way, put it back. Put it back the way it was. Let's do that and resume our seats. Be kind and put back the seat where you found it. Thank you. Put back the seat where you found it. This was a lot of time. We took about 30 minutes. And the discussions looked like they were never going to end. Seems we had a lot of lessons and experiences, and you are ready to go and implement. I would like at this moment to invite the presenter. We shall start with the Goody Leisure Farm, and then the presenter from KCCA Farm Chanja, the Chanja Agricultural Resource Center under the Kampala Capital City Authority. The third presentation will be from the team that went to Narrow Agricultural Research Laboratories, Kawanda. The fourth will be Wepo Limited, Buyikwe. And last but not least, we shall have Grain Pulse Limited. Please, our presenter from Goody Leisure Farm, Miss Ruth Namuleme, you are welcome. Give her a big hand clap as she comes to give us her presentation. Would like to hear from what transpired at Goody Leisure Farm, their experiences, their lessons, and how they plan to implement. Thank you. The microphone is yours.
Much, Brenda. A very good morning to you all. Yes, like she said, my name is Ruth Namleme. I work with Slow Food Uganda as the Slow Food Youth Coordinator, and I'm really glad that I've been part of this Agricultural Extension Week. So I was part of the team that went to Goody Leisure Farm, and we really saw quite a number of interesting things there.
You will have 2 minutes, eh?
Oh,
okay.
Thank you. From our discussion, we learned that Goody Leisure Farm has decided to specialize on the target group that they are addressing, as well as on the projects that they are doing. So Goody Leisure Farm mainly works with youth, and they are skilling these youth in mainly three value chains in the agricultural area. So they are mainly they have 3 centers, but each center is specializing on a specific thing. And one is specializing on white meat. Another one is specializing on feeds. They are producing feeds. And another one is looking at production of herbs and spices. So they are not doing everything. They've decided to focus on quite a few things, but doing these things very well. And we've seen that when you're doing something, it is important to specialize so that you can get all the knowledge that you can about this thing that you've chosen. And this is how you'll be able to deliver it at its best. We also saw that they are really focusing on women, and they told us that they are not apologizing about putting women first. But in our discussion, we saw that this is a good strategy because when we look at statistics, it says that women, their population is higher. So when they put women on board, they are actually including everyone in a way. But also we saw that women are the best implementers. So when you focus on women, they'll be actually implementing what you're teaching them, and they'll also not stop on themselves, but they will take back this knowledge to their families, and the families will also gain something. We saw something that they are doing. They are using what they are calling pillars, and they go to each parish, get a group of youth, train them, and then task them to train others. So we've seen that this is a good model because, first of all, they are involving youth, and these youth they are bringing youth on board. We know that youth are not so much excited about agriculture, but when they bring them on board, they are going to be able to inspire other youth, because we believe that youth are not so much exposed to these things. And if they bring them on board, it is going to be a way of them inspiring other youth to ensure that all youth can see where they can fit when it comes to the agricultural value chain. But we also saw that one of the reasons that they may not be being brought on board is because they are not exposed. They don't know where to fit. When we talk about agriculture, we mainly focus on the production bit of it, and maybe leave out these other parts where the youth would have been able to come on board. So we've seen that it's important to focus also on these other value chains, for example, food processing and value addition, marketing, transportation and distribution, since these are the places where the youth can actively involve and actually impactfully, where they can actually add something when it comes to agriculture. So we also saw that they are using quite a number of digital, they are involving digital into what they are doing. They have e-learning platforms. They are having a YouTube channel where...
I think your time is up.
Oh, let me just finish this point. They are having quite a number of digital platforms. They have a YouTube channel. They have a website. So they are putting their information out there. Whatever the youth are doing, they are putting it out there for the people to see, and it's in a way inspiring other people, not just the youth, because it's not only the youth accessing this information. So the youth are in a way putting out this information, but through Goody Farm, through their channels, and they're putting out their information to everyone else, not just the youth. But so I think they're really doing a good job, and we really learned a lot as a team, and we hope to even share further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please appreciate her. Thank you, Luz Namuleme, for that great presentation from Good Leisure Farm. Let's utilize our 2 minutes to share the lessons and how you will implement. Just be brief. Let us have the next presenter from KCCA Farm Chanja Agriculture Resource Center, and Kampala Capital City Authority. Welcoming Irene Aliokot Grace, Miss Irene Aliokot Grace, Mrs. Mugabo. Welcome to take us through.
Thank you. My name is Aliokot Irene Grace. I'm going to represent the KCCA group that went to Chanja. KCCA farm is located in Chanja. We learned a lot, but I'm going to summarize the enterprises we saw there that were outstanding. There was vegetable growing, which included ornamentals, spices, cabbage growing, kale, and eggplants. Another enterprise was aquaculture in a small space, for example, plastic tanks. They also said they have those custom-made tanks from, I think, a company called Smile that can hold a capacity of over 1,000 fish, which grow in a space of 7 months. There was also an enterprise in piggery that uses the smellless, in quote they called it IMO, I think that's indigenous microorganism, that had materials such as lime, salt, wood ashing, grass, which are available in our communities and very cheap. Another enterprise was cattle rearing that had a combination of zero grazing and free range. I'll try to summarize. So the members said they learned different techniques of using limited space. For example, use of plastics. For example, water bottles, use of, someone said use of small tanks for rearing fish, using the smellless piggery system of IMO. There's also a point of it's easier to promote organic farming on small space, which is a learning point to avoid eating and save food. We also learned that you can improve on nutrition in a small space. For example, if you're renting and you have an apartment, you could do a hanging plant, which is in form of kale or cabbage. We also learned there is also a principle of reuse, recycle. For example, the fish water, tank water, after using it, you could use it for fertilizing your crops in the sack gardening or sorry, I'm trying to summarize this.
You got half a minute.
And how to implement this? They said the members agreed that they will form groups when they reach back to their communities and implement this so that they are examples to the communities. For example, when you go there to preach the information of a tower garden, you have a tower garden that they can always refer to. Use of available resources, for example, plastics, which is kind of applicable because there are so many plastics we have in our communities. For example, soda bottles, water bottles, mineral water bottles, and caveras. Use of also plastic mulch. I don't know if it's kind of affordable. Plastic mulch instead of using grass and other materials. Then also we should train the youth in other enterprises that bring income, such as using eggshells in making tiles. That's it.
A hand clap, a big one for Irene Grace Aliokot. Thank you, Team KCCA Farm. Let us welcome the National Agriculture Research Organization Laboratories at Kawanda team. And presenting is Mr. Latif Kasamba. You're welcome. The podium is yours. A big one for him, please.
Thank you, moderator. My fellow members, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kasamba Latif from Bugiri, Baida. For us, we went to National Research Laboratory Farm at Kawanda, Wakiso district. We learn a lot, we observe a lot, and this is what you need to put in action. One is that we see that there is a soil mapping. In this soil mapping, it helps us to see that what type of crops are you going to plant? What is your soil? What type of your soil in your area? For example, in Eastern, Western, northern and other parts of Uganda. Then there is a hygiene in processing food materials or food stuff. So for us, we demand a lot, and there's a lot of demand to know how we can process food in a good way. Then acquiring knowledge and value addition to develop unique produce with local indigenity.
You have half a minute.
I'm summarizing. So there, in Nalo, we find a lot of technology. It can help us to solve farmers' problem. There is a substantial demand for those technology. Then there is the issues of banana tissue. That is importance to the cultural plant. So that is what we find there, and that is what we can demand as organization to help us to improve in agriculture.
Is there any, are there any innovations that you feel like you could put into
the innovation
practice?
The innovation there is about here banana tissues, because we find that there is a lot of things which they made from banana. So that is the innovation. For example, the mats, the rope, and the wine from banana. For us, we know only banana is for eating, but there's a lot of things which they made from banana. Then another thing is this soil mapping. The soil mapping, you know, some of the farmers, they don't know what they do there. Whereas they know, but they need to tell them. You need to take your soil for the mapping.
Do you think it is something you could do in your communities?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kasamba Latif. A big hand clap for him. Appreciate him. Let us go to Wepo Limited in Wuyikwe District, and we are welcoming Mr. Nwagaba Rogers to come and do the presentation. Please appreciate and encourage him. He may decide to go back. Okay, Nwagaba, you may take it up.
Not even deciding to go back, but even getting scared to stand here.
You're already here.
Okay, good morning, team. My name is Roger Nwagaba, and me with the team, we went to Wepo Farm, and this Wepo Farm is located in the Wuyikwe district, and it was particularly, okay, in summary, let me summarize it in one word. It was an ecological farm. If I say an ecological farm, It was a very integrated farm with different enterprises. And among the enterprises that we saw that caught our eyes, it was entirely an agroforestry farm, and it had several plant species, the woodlots, the cover crops, the fruits, among others. And there was a poultry unit, there was a cattle unit for zero grazing, there was a fish pond, a fish pond, which is which was raising the fish, and many others. But allow me point out a few things on the key things that we saw. Me and my team were using, actually we are so keen to listen, to see and observe. And among the key things that we observed were as follows. Number one is that the farm itself, if you really reach into the farm, you feel like you should not leave the farm because it looks like Eden. Number one, for us who like eating, there was a lot of eats, I can say. The fruits, the jackfruits, the avocados, the grapes, remind me more others.
Half a minute.
Hey. Then on the other side, there was an integration of enterprises. For example, the manure for the dairy production, they were getting milk from it as a zero grazing unit. But in addition to that, they showed us that the manure they got from the unit, they use it to recycle to get biogas, and even they use it in other farm parts. So it was so amazing. There was a unit for poultry, and one key thing that we saw was that they are very serious about biosecurity. They were not allowing anybody to enter into the house, into the poultry house, just because if you have a farm, you must ensure that no single person is likely to bring any disease into the farm. And then the cost-benefit analysis, I may not have time to speak about it, but they really showed us how important it is, but also how it is important to be innovative and make sure that you have some other things that feeds into the farm. They had the black soldier fly methodology, where they are even adding value on it. Adding value, they are producing it, they are raising it, but again they go an extra mile to make the feeds. But in addition to the feeds, they also make the I may not call it, actually it is the last product. Can I say fra? the last product of the feed. And among the key thing that we noted on indigenous micro-living organisms on the side of the piggery, they are using a no-smelling technology where one can raise pigs even just near your compound. A method where you may not feel any smell because they use the indigenous micro-living organisms. This is a technology, me and my team, which we thought if we get time, we can go there and learn more and learn more. Then as I wind up,
how are you going to implement?
Number one, me and my team, we said we need really to enter into this and we understand the real methodology. That is, those who can may have some good time to go back and learn. And after learning, they scale up. the process into their home area, into their groups, but also in our farms. I know most of us here, most of our farmers here have farms. But because of maybe limited knowledge, we have not been embracing such technologies, and which I think we must also make sure that we implement at our farm level.
Thank you, Mr. Nwagaba Rogers. A big hand clap in appreciation. Great learning, great lessons from WEPO Limited. At this moment, it's only 5 minutes to 11 a.m. And we must invite Mr. Frank Mufuruchi to make the presentation from Grain Pulse Limited in Mukono District, Nama Sub-County. Welcome. Encourage him. Encourage him. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Mufuruchi Frank, and I'm representing a team that went to Grain Pulse. And Grain Pulse is located in Ranyonyi, along Ginger Road in Mukono. The key activities in the enterprise, they are into manufacture of specific blended fertilizers, grain milling, that's making of maize flour, soya flour, and others. Then also making of animal feeds. But in their line of work, they also support farmers through some extension services, and this is through demonstrations, farm visits, and they also have a network of village agents that help them reach out to individual farmers with challenges concerning soil, and also giving guidance on fertilizer use. They also conduct mobile soil testing with a mobile van to test the pH and other soil elements. Give a guidance to the farmer which specific fertilizer they should use. They also support their farmers with a loan so that the farmers can scale up their production. And then the key partners, they partner with MAIF, they partner with USAID Feed the Future, they partner with the World Food Program, most especially on conducting food safety tests on a lower scale, because they have that capacity. The extension models, I've talked about them, village agents, demonstrations, farm visits, and others. And then they did mention that the challenges that their suppliers of maize and other cereal products is the aflatoxin and moisture content of these grains. And from that, they said that they have taken effort to employ agronomists down there to help give guidance to these farmers on good agronomic practices and also good post-harvest handling practices. But however, we made observations as a group, and from the observations we made, we found out that private sector, especially those in food production, have not yet embraced the principles of extension. We did realize that these people have a team of agronomists down there extending advisory services to the farmers. But the cases of aflatoxins are still persistent. This could come from the fact that these agronomists could have the biological science, but they could lack the social science on how to package and deliver this message to the farmer in a way that can be digestible.
Half a minute.
Thank you so much. We also realized that there is hidden truth to the farmer concerning food safety. We are always encouraging farmers to do good post-harvest handling practices. But when it comes to Grain Pulse and other companies of similar, it is different. They have their metrics. They test, they use these machines, they have the standard calibrated gauges on aflatoxin. The moisture content should be below 13.5. Now, when a farmer's maize is above 13.5, that is rejected. How is this farmer going to ensure that before I take my maize to Grain Pulse, it should be below 13.5 moisture content? Then the last one, we realized that there is a weak policy on compliance towards the food safety. We have seen it with the tax compliance, that even in most of these big supermarkets, you find a URA official seated outside along the door, that whoever buys, they have to confirm that they have paid tax, you know. But now when it comes to these processing plants, who is there to effect the compliance to safety? You know, they acknowledged that there is wear and tear of the machines that comes in with the food, and they have put up the magnets to pick these metallic materials from the food. But who is there to make sure that indeed the final product that is being packaged does not contain these toxicants? So that's what we observed. And thank you so much. I remain Mufuruchi Frank.
Don't. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A big one for Mr. Frank Mufuruchi. Yes. Great presentation. We need some compliance. I like how he uses technology in his presentation. And it's important for the youth to embrace the use of technology. Yeah. Interesting. I would like to appreciate all the presenters from the different groups, and let's appreciate them again as general. You did an amazing job, and I would like to request you that the presentations you made here, share them with the group leaders of the different groups you are in, the group leaders from offers. Please share your presentations with them, and they shall be put on record. We appreciate your discussions and your sharing, and we hope we shall go ahead and try to implement some of those things that you learned from the different trips. At this moment, I would like to also remind you that registration is ongoing. If you want to become a member of OFAS, which is one great thing you must do for yourself while you're on this Mother Earth. Do yourself a favor and become a member of OFAS, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. Registration is ongoing at the desk, the reception desk. Please ask for Madame Annette Babirie. She will register you. Yeah, of course, there is some registration fee, right? Yeah, pay the membership fee and become a fully registered member in order to participate in the 9th annual general meeting that will be happening this afternoon. So let us continue registering. We shall be having an evaluation, like I said earlier during the presentation of the roadmap for today. We shall be having an evaluation for the whole event of the National Extension Week, and we request for your honest feedback. And to know more about the evaluation, I would like to invite Madame Elizabeth Asimwe to come and take us through what will the evaluation be about and how will it be done. Great. As she's coming up, yeah. Appreciate her, encourage her. You know, some people can decide not to talk to us. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yes, my name is Elizabeth Asimwe, and I'm delighted to talk to you this morning about the evaluation. Some people tell us that feedback is very important. In fact, there's one author who said that breakfast is like feedback, and feedback is like breakfast. So if some of us have had breakfast today, we need that feedback so that it is our breakfast, and it is the breakfast for champions. We are going to have a very short evaluation of this event, and it will be virtual. Maybe just for information, I'd like to know how many of us in this room registered for this event and have been receiving emails. Because that shows that they're on our mailing list. Thank you so much, quite a number. And how many of us in this room have not been receiving emails from me? That can, okay. I'm going to request Madam Facilitator Brenda, it is okay with you. We can have, I realize that about 5 or 7 emails would bounce. So that means you haven't been receiving the information from me. And I want to request you that you share your email addresses so that we add you on that mailing list. So this is how the evaluation will go. We're going to, I know you've experienced quite a lot, but we are not evaluating just this event. We're going to start from the pre-events. If you registered, how was the registration process? Was it easy to navigate? Was the communication okay? When you came, were you warmly received? How was the room set up? How were the meals? So we are going to evaluate each aspect of the event. So in about 10 or 20 minutes time, you should be receiving an email, but I've just been notified that you're going to have a break right after this, and then maybe later after break is when you can receive the evaluation. In case you have any questions, please do not hesitate to let us know. So we are evaluating each aspect from the side events to the parallel events to the field sites and everything about this event. Kindly give us honest feedback. And like Brenda has just said, it will be anonymous. So we will not know your name. So we cannot say that Beatrice said that this wasn't good or this was very good. So it is anonymous. Please give us honest feedback so that we learn from this event. And this feedback will also help us to organize better the 2025 Extension Week event. Thank you so much. We look forward to receiving your honest feedback.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth Asimwe. Tea break, coffee break is served. Please let us enjoy it. And after the break, we shall be having a presentation like I announced earlier. We shall be having a presentation. I would like you to prepare for it. And by Dr. Irene Bulensibuto Tamubula. We shall be having a presentation after the break. Let's enjoy our break and see you after break. We have about 25 minutes for our break. Bon appetit. Thank you for enjoying that cup of tea and bite. And I would encourage us to take our seats and get ready for the next presentation. Meanwhile, if you're not receiving emails from offers, if you're not receiving emails from offers and you're here, please I encourage you to register your email with Madame Elizabeth Asimwe so that you will keep receiving information and emails from UFAS so that you will be on the mailing list. It's very important. You will not miss any information about anything from UFAS. So you saw her earlier. She's here. Please register your email with her if you don't receive emails from UFAS. It's very important. And she will be sending you that mail. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to take your seats and get ready for the next presentation that is being prepared to be delivered. And as she sets up, let's take our seats and have a working tea. Pick your cup of tea and take your seat and get ready for the next presentation, because the presenter is very ready as I speak. Let's pick our cup of teas, our cups of tea, and take our seats. We shall have a working one in interest of time. section, we shall be hearing from Dr. Irene Bulenzibuto Tamubula. Let us give her a very big hand clap to usher her in. Let's encourage her. She deserves even a standing ovation. Give it to her. A big one. Standing ovation, please. Standing ovation. Standing ovation. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity for me to stand before you today. I'm pleased that you've been able to go through this session, this event, from all the way from Tuesday to today. Thank you for being patient with us. And I'm here on behalf of the repertoiring team to give you an overview of what has taken place. And we'll be sharing the policy implications and practice. I've already been introduced. Tamubula Irene Bulenzibuto, member of WUFAS for over 10 years, for about 10 years now, but I'm also a lecturer at Chambogo University. I worked with a great team, and I would like to ask the team that I've worked with to put this work together, to stand up and wave the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving a communique of the implications of our discussions from the time we came to today. From all the discussions that we had, it was obvious that agriculture is a dominant and key growth opportunity area in Uganda's economic development. And all our NDPs, National Development Plans, from 1 to 4, are emphasizing development of a market-oriented agriculture sector. And our vision as a country is transform society from a peasant, a modern and prosperous country. And from the statistics we saw, we know that we cannot do that without making a number of changes and improvement in the agriculture sector. And we as actors, the agriculture extension and advisory services, we have a big role to play. In last year's National Agriculture Extension Week, the theme was unveiling innovative, realistic agriculture extension and advisory services approaches, act as resilience and competitiveness for food security and commercialization. You will see that there is a bit of overlap over this because this is building on to last year's. So this year's Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week had the theme of making extension count for robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. From this theme, you can see that agriculture extension and advisory services are very important in order for this country to improve productivity, sustainability, and the livelihood of our population. Because all the statistics that we've seen point to the fact that most of the population in this country depend on agriculture, either directly or indirectly. So this is a declaration because this is what we have here is coming from you. And we, as rapporteurs, simply put together what you said. So what we have is I'm reporting what we had. And if there is anything that you feel is not representing what we discussed, we shall have a session at the end where you will have an input, this document. But I'll first go through it, and then I'll give you a chance to make comments per sub-theme. So we, the participants of this Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week, held between 28th October to 1st November 2024, are aware that a well-functioning agricultural extension system is essential for enhancing adoption of technologies, enhancing farmers' resilience and adapting to changes, as well as improving their competitiveness. We are also aware that Uganda's extension system is pluralistic and decentralized. That implies that districts play a very significant role in ensuring that the extension system operates effectively and efficiently. And since it is pluralistic, then we have diverse actors. Some are public, while others are non-state actors. We are also aware there is a heavy investment, as you observed throughout this presentation that we've been going through, and even for some of you who went to some field visit sites where there was use of ICTs. There's been a heavy investment developing ICTs and digital technologies, and their use is expanding. It seems there is a lot of opportunities in this area. However, what came out most is that in order to exploit this, we need to have bundled services where quite a number of services are available to the users for us to be able to realize the potential of these digital tools in enhancing agriculture extension and advisory services. It also came out that agroecological and regenerative agricultural practices that increase farmers' resilience to agroecological shocks are diverse. There are quite a number. We are also aware that there is emphasis on market-oriented production and value chain development. We are also aware that agriculture provides an avenue for entrepreneurship and income generation, which can reduce unemployment rates, especially among the youth. And of particular interest are the youth in rural areas. From the census that we had, we have a very youthful population. Therefore, we need to leverage some opportunities offered in agriculture to be able to get employment for these youth. Given that observation, we are concerned that the agriculture extension and advisory services have limited visibility and they are rarely appreciated by the people who receive as well as other stakeholders in this country. There is evidence that there are low levels of adoption of agricultural technologies developed by researchers. According to what was shared here, the rates of adoption of improved technologies is very low, and these significantly affect farmers' productivity and subsequently the income they get from agriculture. We are also concerned about documentation of agriculture extension and advisory services activities, which undermines informed decision-making as well as visibility of our services. Because when you are asked for evidence, if you've not been documenting, it becomes a problem. It was also observed that tertiary institutions are not adequately equipping extension professionals in relevant competencies. Support them, support other actors in agricultural value chains. We are also concerned, as people in this room, that some agriculture extension and advisory service providers are not professional agricultural extension, especially from the private sector. Some people did social sciences, they have no idea about agriculture, but they are taken through a short training and then they become advisors. And that has implications for quality and of course also our reputation as agriculture extension providers. We are also concerned that collaboration and coordination among state and non-state actors of agriculture extension and advisory services is limited. We are also concerned that collaboration between actors in agricultural value chains to ensure food safety and quality is limited. And from the statistics we saw, this is a high cost to this country because of the lives lost and the money that's spent on dealing with the negative effects of unsafe food consumption, food poisoning. We are also concerned that though ICTs offer many opportunities to enhance agriculture extension and advisory services, there are issues regarding their use, such as many of them are not very easy for the farmers, especially the farmers. In some instances, there were challenges of affordability of these technologies. There's also no clear regulatory framework on quality of agricultural information disseminated through these digital technologies. We also had discussions regarding the language used. There was concern over most of these digital technologies using English or requires levels of literacy for the users to either type or read what is given to them. There was also a concern of sustainability because we realized that many of the technologies shared in this room were donor funded. There was also a concern between that collaboration between researchers, farmers, and extension agents is minimal. It could be contributing to the low uptake of technologies. And it was also observed that, we are also concerned that many extension agents do not seek up-to-date information. So sometimes they disseminate technologies that are outdated and not relevant to the farmers. We are also concerned that the public have limited awareness about safe and quality food. And this reduces the demand for safe food, and therefore it's very difficult to discourage the misuse of agrochemicals and improper food handling practices like drying on the ground and so on. We are also concerned that digital technologies offer many opportunities, but their use is affected by quite a number of issues that I've already said. And also in terms of policy, it was observed that the representation of farmers and extension agents during policy development is limited. And there was an offer that as extension agents, we could get voices from the farmers and then we'll be able to pass on to the relevant authorities to influence policy. And lastly, it was observed that much as the extension agents' remuneration was boosted, they are not well facilitated. Therefore, they are not able to provide the agriculture extension and advisory services as expected. And also, there are some areas where there are sometimes when they need retooling, especially when it comes to new innovations in digital technologies, and also other technologies that are developed at research stations like NARO. So given those observations and concerns, what can we do as all actors present here and even other stakeholders with whom we interact with? We have a role to play. And we are going to discuss this per sub-theme. Our first sub-theme was valuable agriculture extension, agricultural advisory services, within a dynamic market-oriented agriculture sector. One of the key suggestions that were made were that we should increase visibility of these services. And this could be done through documenting and publicizing the extension agents' work and achievements. We are given examples by the private sector and civil society organization. For them, publicizing what they do is very key to them. So even those state actors, we need to borrow a leaf from them and see how best we can publicize what we do so that people are able to appreciate what we do. We could also document the activities and the impact of extension models. This can help, especially in scaling up these models. And also, when they are scaled up, then our impact is also increased. There is need also to collect farmers' voices of change. When we have success stories, as people who are working with farmers, we have a system in place where we can document that and share. And now that we have a youthful population, we need to encourage the agents to capture that and maybe use them to motivate other farmers to take on what is successful and motivate our colleagues or peers in the agriculture extension and advisory services to use such what is successful in farmers, what the farmers are doing. But also, it can also help in informing such agendas and also policy. We should also make use of the different media present. You've seen how our colleagues in publicity have really made us aware of what is happening. If we can also do something similar to that, we can build our capacities and also be able to, in our small ways or big ways, be able to show what we are doing where, using the different media present. And also we thought promoting and rewarding actors in agriculture extension and advisory services provision based on level of performance will increase visibility, but will also motivate others to perform well. Secondly, it was pointed out here that we need to provide evidence. What are we doing? First of all, we need to come up with how we need to support farmers, access those things, the resources that support their farming, add value, participate in markets, ensure food and nutritional security if they don't have those factors. But also, we could help them to use what they have and be able to conduct their farming, add value, able to sell what they produce, and also increase food and nutritional security. Secondly, there is need to develop performance indicators for extension work, including the conditions that ensure that agriculture extension and advisory services is done properly. Of course, this will have to be, this is possible only if we get people together and decide what these indicators are. Then there's need, we talked about documentation earlier on, and of course when we document, then we are able to have evidence on who is doing what, at what scale, how many people have been reached, what changes have been achieved. And given the digital technologies present that are available, we could make use of those and be able to at least have some extension metrics that can help us provide evidence of what we are doing. And of course, the money business comes in. There is need for looking at the cost-benefit analysis of investing in agriculture extension and advisory services. And that definitely requires developing structured ways of collecting data on the performance of extension service providers. Lastly, we need to operate agriculture extension and advisory services as a business, as well as to enhance farming and help producers to produce as a business. All actors in agriculture extension and advisory services should demand that extension bill is reviewed and passed, because we really need a regulatory framework that will help us coordinate the single spine extension system actors and also to harmonize the extension messaging. Given the time I have, I may not be able to give you time to give me feedback on this, but we can get the feedback later. Because I wanted us to just brainstorm on how to harmonize the activities of the different actors in agriculture extension and advisory services provision. And as I promised, to come back and look at what else can be done under this theme. What else can be done to enhance the value of agriculture extension and advisory services in a market-oriented agriculture system? Much later, we'll have a few minutes for each sub-theme, and we get a few ideas from you, because I believe we as rapporteurs, we could have missed out some. So for sub-theme 2, what was raised here concerning resilience and inclusivity along agricultural value chains? One is that actors should continue designing creative extension models. We saw examples of working with schools to promote best farming practices and agricultural technologies. And also, when these models have been identified to be successful, they should be made more visible, and that will enhance scaling up. We are also encouraged as actors to form partnerships to access support for the many donors willing to fund agroecology, climate-smart agriculture, generative agriculture, agroforestry, and soil health. For example, the European Union Donors Directory. Thirdly, we need to deepen the market focus and entrepreneurship strategies of agroecology, regenerative agriculture, climate-smart agriculture, and related programs. It was observed that these different systems require a lot of effort to be able to be conducted, but then normally the yield is lower. And given the fact that our population is not aware of food safety, there is limited awareness about food safety, when prices are set a little higher for products under these systems, consumers are not willing to pay that extra price. And yet, income is a very good incentive for farmers to take on technologies. There's also need to interest research scientists to test and verify the agroecological practices being developed by our farmers and other partners. Because once they are validated, then it will be easy to convince others to take them up. We are also encouraged as actors to avoid reinventing the wheel, but we should leverage on tested technologies and extension models, both within and abroad. And then we can try them out here. So there's need for a bit of benchmarking in that area. As actors in this sector, we need to invest in high-value crops or adding value to indigenous crops. And this came about because of that observation of consumers not accepting to pay higher prices for such products. And of course, if you add value, you can be able to ask for a higher price for such a product instead of selling the product as is after harvesting. And lastly, there is a need to ensure that extension messages include soil health and climate change, because these are very important issues that are affecting everyone, and it is important that wherever we go, we need to integrate in our messages issues concerning improving and maintaining our soils in good health and ensuring that farmers are able to cope with the effects of climate change. The third theme on food safety and agri-export trade, agricultural extension and advisory services should train different actors in agricultural value chains on safe use of agrochemicals and the dangers of misuse. Because it really came out clear from the experts and from us as we were discussing here that many actors in the value chains are not aware, or if they are not aware, they may not be willing. I think Professor called it change of ethics. I've forgotten the term he used. Not caring about what you are doing will affect others' health. So there is need for creating awareness, and it was such, I had a lot of buzz when Professor was presenting about this safe food. So even amongst us here, there's a lot that we learned about the street foods that we eat, about the dangers of drying food on bare ground, eating food from sick animals, and so on. So there is real need to educate farmers on the use of safe food handling practices. And maybe they should be made aware that it has a cost on the household, because if there is food poisoning, then people have to be treated. And also there's a danger of even death. And there's also a reduction in productivity of labor. If people fall sick, they will not be able to work. There is also a need for collaboration because there are cost implications. So there is need that we come up with a way of ensuring that the state and non-state actors can share information and help to create awareness. For example, by developing a multi-stakeholder platform that brings together diverse actors. And lastly, there is need to interest researchers and academia and other people to provide evidence on the risks of misuse of agrochemicals. Because when there is evidence, it is easier to convince people. Because when Professor told us about 1.3 million people in Uganda get food poisoning, and those are the ones that go to a medical facility. But I believe many of us get food poisoning and treat ourselves at home. So the figure must be much higher. Subtheme 4, the private sector agriculture extension services. This also caused a lot of discussion in this room. We saw evidence that it is possible to be an agriculture extension and advisory service provider and operate it as a business. So we are challenged as actors to think through this opportunity because it exists. We said our NDPs are talking of moving from subsistence to commercial farming, and that creates an opportunity which we can exploit and earn. But this requires us to change our mindsets, to take time to standardize the products or the services that we offer, to formalize our services instead of operating as individuals. And also, sometimes it requires to specialize so that you become an expert in a certain area, not to go for everything that comes around. From what was presented here, that sells. So, as an agriculture extension and advisory service provider, you and me and others out there need to rebrand and think about how we can bundle up services to enhance success. And the last theme, women and youth in agriculture within the emerging technological advancement. the diverse range of digital technologies that can be used to enhance farmers' access to agricultural information and technologies should be scaled up. For instance, through sharing of success stories. We had in this room very many success stories, but I don't know whether it's only me, I had not heard about most of them. That means those that are using those digital technologies are not sharing what they are doing. And for us in academia, once we don't see, we don't teach. And then you'll get extension agents who are trained and they don't know about these new technologies. So it's important that you share what is successful so that other stakeholders can learn about what's happening. Secondly, document evidence on the impact of digital technologies on women, men, and youth. There was also evidence that non-state actors have several interventions to improve the digital literacy of farmers, especially women and youth. We had about 3 different organizations that were sharing about, 4 actually, that were sharing about that. And those successful, interesting models that we had about, and there is evidence, should be some of the things that we should go with, knowing that there are some models in agriculture extension and advisory services that we can use and sell to the youth to encourage them to stay in farming. For example, we had from Kaya International, the Farmer Field Business Schools and the dialogues. From Good Leisure Farm, we heard about the Parish Entrepreneurship Learners Association that trains youth to build businesses, and also the school agricultural clubs. We also heard about horticultural enterprises and other agro enterprises in the upper nodes of agricultural value chains that was presented by Gulu University, supported by Reform. We also had evidence about how partnering with the private sector can help the youth and women, especially with respect to marketing. And lastly, there was also a sharing of the gender action and learning systems methodology by Pelham. The list is long. We were all in this room, maybe apart from the parallel sessions. So there is a lot that was shared that we can take home and try to see what works for us in order to have a more inclusive agriculture extension and advisory service system, and also to encourage the largest proportion of our population that produce for us in this country. Those are the themes, but there was a general observation that we wanted to put forward. It was noted that weather issues were not raised by most of the presenters, and yet we know that weather greatly affects agricultural production. And we talked about collaborations, but there wasn't much emphasis on the public-private partnerships in agriculture. And yet there are many success stories all over the world about this. So maybe that's also another area, since we were challenged to seek for information, that's an area that we should think through. Maybe by next year, when we come back, we will have ideas on those who have tried and is successful, or how to go about it. And in that area, there is limited emphasis on creating enabling environment which supports the formation and implementation of this partnership. I also had a question on that, but in the interest of time, I think I'll go back to getting your ideas per theme, and then we'll build on this, because our job or our responsibility as rapporteurs is to represent you. If there is anything that we've put down that you feel you didn't discuss, kindly raise it. If there is something that was said and we've missed out, kindly let us know. So at this moment, I would like to give you a chance to give feedback on the first sub-theme. Can somebody hold the microphone? Our first sub-theme is valuable agriculture extension and advisory services within a dynamic, market-oriented agricultural sector. Are there issues that were raised and I have not mentioned them? You could advise. In addition to what we have presented, as far as valuable agriculture extension and advisory services, or making our services known to others. Because many times we are told that extension is doing nothing. How can we provide evidence that we are doing something, that we are supporting the agriculture sector in this country and national development as a whole? Any thoughts? Raise up your hand if you have any contribution.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mwesigwa Cyrus. Basing on the discussion that we had, it all arose from who is the government. We are here gathered as extensionists, and in the levels of government, I don't know which level we are, because we said government is all of us. But then the topmost, the upper government, who are supposed to listen to what we are saying, we are ignoring them. We wait when we have cooked all information, and we are not involving these people in our discussions and planning. So how best can we attract the policy makers who are the influencers of extension to also start listening to the views? Because one thing, the challenges of agricultural extension, we inherited them even before we are born. They were there. Inadequate staffing, what and what and what. There is nothing new. But, and the good thing, they are even well known by those policy makers. So it is high time we've realized where the problem is. So we need to engage with the policy makers in our discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cyrus. So the key area there is to engage the policymakers. Got it right? Thank you. Any other suggestions? There's one.
Thank you, Madam and the House at large. My concern is about the integration with the agrochemical suppliers or input dealers. Because we realize that in the field, those colleagues are like being neglected, neither being regulated by the National Medical Organization. They are on the side of agriculture. But now I can see, just as we are here, there is less integration, yet in the field they are influential. Some of them, they are ill-equipped, and others have got less or no training, formal training. But now the recommendation is that we do give technical recommendation at times blocked by the advice given by the unprofessional staff. So my suggestion is, how can we integrate the agro-input dealers, more so the chemical one, in this system to enhance the agriculture extension service delivery? Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, I asked a question and you're asking me. As I told you, I'm a repertoire. I record. So that is thrown back to you. What can we do to ensure that the advice given by agro input dealers does not override what the agriculture extension agents give?
They should be brought on board, just as we are here. There is a gap. They should be brought on board at national and district and also at local level, the sub-county.
I think on Tuesday, he said we bring together all actors, including the private sector. So the inputs dealers, they may not be here, maybe we didn't mobilize them, but they are supposed to be here. They are part of this forum because I've always said inputs dealers don't sell inputs like sugar. You know, when a farmer comes, you have to give out some information. So the farmer is going to ask you, how do I plant? How do I? And there you have started. They are actually, we have a number of them. I don't know why they are not here, because even the chief was on the platform and he said he was coming. The chief of UNADA. Because I don't know why he's not here. You are here. Yes. So they are here. Maybe next time, Yasin, when it comes, just bring all your agro-input dealers.
Thank you very much, Madam Luzove, our CEO.
Thank you so much. I think challenge is not bringing them on board, but the problem is regulating them. That's where the problem is. Because for me, I'm an extension officer, but still, the challenge is regulation. I remember that I stated it clearly that qualification of certificate, self-use certificate, 1 week of training, understand a crop that someone has done a course for 4-5 years. Really, even if you want to summarize it in any way, someone cannot understand the concept. And this also tackles the human safety, the safety of the food. So you are crossing from the crop even to the other food value chain. So I do feel that the policymakers should revise the way we are regulating the agro. Otherwise, we are messing up, especially chemicals. Secondly, in other chemicals, there is the regulation of handling the classes. They give it classes, class 1, class 2. Let us talk about the human medicine. There are some drugs that are not supposed to be administered by these clinics and the drug shops. But for us, someone is in a container handling all the classes of chemical, which is not clustered anywhere. So I do propose policymakers should back on it. Secondly, the inspectors, there are very few. There are only 9 per country. As the commissioner, so it is understaffed. The inspectors also has to that that department that can empower the what? The staff. That even those who want to sneak in and bring counterfeit, they are apprehended. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. I think that submission cuts across themes. Thank you very much. Because it also touches food safety.
We have a hand here.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Increasing visibility might be a very long journey to travel because we can't increase visibility if there is no commitment within the provider. Therefore, I want to propose that if we want to increase visibility in the extension, we must create a culture of one being committed to the work that he's going or she's going to render. From right primary school up to any level that will come up. Then for those instructors, especially who are handling agriculture, extension, agriculture, call it anything, must instill a culture among the trainees to know that they are in a sector which is very important, that is the basis of all the development universally. Because when I look at agriculture, without agriculture, none of us would be here. So once a trainee comes in, must realize that he's handling a topic, he's handling a subject, a sector that is very vital. And therefore commitment must be there. And therefore, when this trainee goes out and is rendering his services, he must be working towards seeing that the work he does has results. Results that are going to impact on everybody on this universe. And so, if he can perform it in the best way, then it will bring us results. If I can extend my knowledge to that farmer, and the farmer appreciates what I've done, then that farmer will progressively implement what I've taught him, and then will be innovative, and therefore whoever will be meeting that farmer will realize that this farmer has received some, at least interaction with some other people who have given him some capacity that has enabled him to perform in a better way. And so this is why those learners must be given a theory that they should be professional in whatever they are doing. And also they must have a culture of being excellent providers, service providers, not tolerated service providers. Because you agree with me that when you look at the service providers, some of the service providers are tolerated. What to do? Let me keep this friend of mine in the job and he earns. But then let it be an unappreciated service provider. If this service provider is appreciated, then whatever you'll be doing will be visible and everybody will appreciate. And then a comment will come, our man. But if this service provider is just tolerated, then they will say, what to do? Let him come. He has come with his innovation and he has some money. Let him come and we eat his money. When he goes away, then they forget all about what he's done. But if there is that appreciation, this farmer will continue upgrading his work. And then when we go there, we shall find that at least this extension worker has done his job. And then it will be visible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That touched so many areas. But in the training of extension agents, ethics is part of what they are trained in. But probably they don't practice. But ethics is important. And as you heard from the presentation, there is need for having a system of assessing performance so that those that do the right thing are rewarded. And those that don't do the right thing, there is a way they are handled to help them perform better. At least that's what happened within this room.
Thank you so much. I would wish to react on the issue of input dealers. I think that we need strong policies to be put in place so that the input dealers can realize the acuteness and the chronicness of giving wrong advisory information, especially on these input use. Looking at the human medicine, that field, the pharmaceutical companies, the shops, they have a limit, they have boundaries to what they can offer. When you buy, when you go and buy maybe Panadol, the other person can indicate 2 times through. But when it goes beyond that, maybe you need cannula and so forth, they don't do that because the policy doesn't allow them. So this is what input dealers have to appreciate.
Thank you, Frank. I'm giving chance to one more person, but the others can write on a sheet of paper and to be integrated in the interest of time. Just write on a sheet of paper and kindly forward it. If it cuts across more than one theme, you can raise it in another theme. Because we are going theme by theme.
Thank you. I am Anthony. I come from the Public Extension Service. I want to agree with the recommendation that we should have performance indicators. I hope this will address the major concerns that we had in this conference. But I have a proposal. I'm suggesting that we should bring on board more of the public extension workers under the umbrella of OFAS. Because there are things that public extension workers are not well suited to do. One of them is the issue of raising publicity. When I sit at work, I am required to implement activities, write a report and forward to the seniors. It is not my main task to engage with the media, which is popular for giving publicity. I think if OFAS had opportunity for regional engagements, we would use the avenue of OFAS to try and build publicity for what we are achieving as extension workers. I have problems interacting with the media because there are restrictions on the public sector side. And so the best opportunity would be within OFAS. I also think that the matter of input suppliers could be addressed through their umbrella organization. But again, it is the weakness within MAIF that has regulatory powers over all these sectors. I know there is a UNADA. I'm not sure if they are represented in the House. Because we could engage with them and then the system flows down there to every other input supplier. So that we see what their training needs are. As public extension workers, we can respond to that, provided they give us a commitment to utilize the training that we provide for them. That would be good. And finally, this issue of food safety and the associated risks as we know them, I think it should be given prominence as a national agenda. And I suppose the best institution to help us do this could be actually OFAS. We know the problem, we are not talking about it. Some of us are constrained. We can't go singing around the weaknesses of the public sector when we are members in the public sector. So why don't you help us raise the bar? It will go to the policymakers. They will help us act. Without raising the bar, I guess we will be in the same position for so long with no responses coming out from the powers that be. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we have to stop there. We have a suggestion that you get a sheet of paper and you write down what else we can do per theme, from theme 2 to theme 5, and then you'll give that sheet to the rapporteurs. You all have the program book, I suppose, so you can be able to look at the different sub-themes and then suggest how we can improve. Because we are really running out of time. We started late because of the rains, and we need to have this closed. Thank you very much. And rapporteurs, kindly pass around and get the sheets. Sub-themes are in that program, the sub-themes are in the program, so you can look at them and you give us feedback so that we enhance our report, which we shall share much later. Three more minutes and we close this. On behalf of the rapporteuring team, I would like to thank you all for listening to us. And we are welcome to any changes that you wish to have changed this communication that we've given. But this is just a brief. We'll have a detailed report available to members much later. We just had to have a feel of what happened and to get some feedback. As our facilitator has been emphasizing here, we need feedback from you. We need to record what really went on here so that we can benefit from it. Documenting, been emphasizing, documenting for visibility. We want to start practicing now. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good afternoon.
Please, a standing ovation for her. She's done a very good job leading this team and presenting all this big information. Thank you, Dr. Irene Bulensi Butota Mubula. Amazing. We are nearing the closure of this extension week. And before we go to that phase, I would like to do some very few recognitions and appreciations. And to begin with, I would like to recognize and appreciate the organizers, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, UFAS, for organizing the Uganda National Extension Week 2024. May we applaud them. I would like to recognize and appreciate African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. Appreciate them, please. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries, let's appreciate them. I would like to take a breather and remind each one of us here to please come and attend the Uganda National, the annual general meeting, which is the 9th. It's happening this afternoon in this place. Let us all attend it. Whether you are a registered member or you are not, you are invited to attend. This is extending an invitation to you to please come and attend the 9th annual general meeting. It's happening here this afternoon. We will close the National Extension Week and we shall continue with the annual general meeting after lunch. It's happening this afternoon. Thank you. I would like to recognize some of our supporting partners, some of our supporters of this National Agriculture Extension Week. And to begin with, I would like to recognize KARE International. Please appreciate them. I would like to recognize AGRA. Appreciate them, please. GIZ. Appreciation to GIZ. We are appreciating CADAP. Can I hear those IFAD? Thank you, IFAD. I am not hearing those good loud hand claps. Please, let's appreciate the European Union. We are appreciating GFRAS, the Global Forum for Agriculture Services. Let us appreciate Sasakawa. Thank you very much. The National Agriculture Research Organization, NALROS, thank you. Kilimo Trust, you did an amazing job supporting this week. Roof Forum, let's appreciate Roof Forum. Makerere University, Kampala. Chambogo University, thank you. Mountains of the Moon University, we appreciate you. The National Agriculture Advisory Services, NADS, you did an amazing job. SNV, impact that matters. Thank you very much, SNV. Yeah, we appreciate you. Let's appreciate Pelham, Uganda. Pelham, Uganda. Yes, thank you very much for the support to this National Agriculture Extension Week. Let's appreciate Ayuda. Is Ayuda here? Yes. And Amea, big hand clap for Amea. Yes, to mention but a few, there have been quite very many. And I would like to appreciate in a special way the district local governments, the different district local governments. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming through all the way from the districts to this National Agriculture Extension Week. We know it's a big sacrifice and your time here is really not taken for granted. We appreciate you. I would like to recognize our exhibitors. They have been here since we started and up to now they are with us. And among the exhibitors, I would like to appreciate AFAS. Let's appreciate them and remember to visit them again and again while you're here. Let's appreciate KARE International. Kilimo Trust, thank you very much for being part of the exhibitors this year. Let's appreciate Klimotrust. They exhibited. Let us appreciate ISDA virtual agronomist. Let's appreciate them. Visit the booth. They are still here all day. Let us go and support them and get to know what they are exhibiting. Sasakawa. Let's appreciate Sasakawa. Expedia, they are right over there. Let's appreciate them. And IDP. Let's appreciate IDP also. They are here exhibiting and you will want to know about them. Visit their booth and get to know more about IDP. And of course, last but not least, SNV. Let's appreciate SNV. Impact that matters. That's the last appreciation we are doing. I was hearing the hand claps getting disappearing slower and slower and slower and getting slower and slower. Thank you very much, everyone who made the time. Appreciate yourselves. I will announce this again. You are very warmly and specially invited for the 9th annual general meeting. It will be happening this afternoon in this very hall. We thank you for coming. At this moment, let us go to the closing session. And I would like to invite Dr. Lillian Lihasi from the African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services to please come and give us her closing remarks. Appreciate her. She comes up. Encourage her. Standing ovation. Hello. Yes. For Dr. Lillian.
Wow. I'm actually encouraged. Wow. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. You have been a great team. And I'm just encouraged by the patience, passion, and just being there even when the rain was raining. Some of us who are staying here came in a bit late, but you were here. May the Lord bless you. Thank you very much for this. I want to thank you all for the week that you're here. All of us can agree there are a number of insights, there are a number of innovations, there are a number of commitments that have been shared. It has been a time of exchange, time of interaction, time of learning. And it's through this interaction, learning, that innovation does. And I'm so happy that each one of us must be having something. Is that true? Or it's my... Each of us must be having something that... And as I always say, it makes no sense for me to have spent a week here, then I leave. So even as we come to the close of the session, it is exciting to realize the that we've been able to. And it will make sense for us to live here and we do not. As I said earlier, and I'll continue, get the change that Uganda needs. And as we interact here, let us be the solution makers, creators. There are times we may go out in the field and we are looking, what will the government do? I am glad we learned that we are. So wherever you are, in your house, ministering to the extension people out there, or to the farmer, let us remember, I am the change that Uganda needs at such a time as this. And as change agents, who we are as extensionists, we must change others. And I'll go back to what I said the day before yesterday. Let us change others. The world is changing, the continent is changing, and we are also aware there is climate change. So if we don't change, how are you going to create a robust, competitive, and resilient food systems in Uganda? We must be the change that Uganda needs at such a time as this. Through the discussions, they were able to underscore the role of extension services to empower farmers, to empower communities, and also to build food systems that are resilient and are able to adapt to the change that we need. How are we going to make this change? By aligning to the continental agenda. We must understand. Many times I say, as extensionists, we have a challenge of reading. We have a challenge of writing, but we have been able to learn a lot. We should be out and see what is this change that the continent desires. What is this change that Uganda desires? And I highlighted a number of issues or initiatives that are coming out in the continent. Many speakers have been able to highlight. We've talked about the need transition to agroecology. We've talked about the African Fertilizer Summit and the action plan that was developed, which we must be the change that we are able to bring in Uganda to align to this. We talked a lot about the public-private partnerships. What are we going to do to enhance this? We have an opportunity to strengthen our work, to strengthen ourselves, to ensure that we are bringing the change with it. And I said, there's no time extension has had an opportunity this time. Why can't we take advantage of the gap that the continent is experiencing and dive in and bring the change? Many say extension is dead, but I always say extension is alive. Maybe the extensionists are dead. Are we dead? We are alive. So since we are alive, we are able to stand up and show the country and show the continent this is what we do. I was happy when one of us said the need to engage us into regional forums so that we are able to bring the change. There are a number of initiatives in the region. How are we able to engage? It is in such forums that we are able to learn and know what is happening. It is in this forum I can say, as AFAS, we are looking forward to support Uganda to see us move to the next level as extension service providers. Currently, I can say in the next 1 week, one of us will be living here to be in Rwanda for 2 weeks, just to showcase what Uganda can do in empowering extension advisory service provision. And that is under the partnership AFAS has with One Acre Fund. And we have identified one of you just to go and build capacity of the people in Rwanda, the extension advisory service providers in Rwanda. This time it's this one person we have selected, but I can say next time is you. Currently say next time it is me. It depends on how loud you say it and how you believed. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for and evidence of things not seen. So as you speak, may you receive it in Jesus' name. So if you say next time it's me, it shall be yours. Take it up and run with it. We are also having in the month of November also, which we started today, a number of us. I just had them the other day out of interest saying they're interested in video training. And the God that we serve, last night I received an email saying nominate people for video training by FA, who is one of our partners. And who could I think of first? The people that I heard speaking. So speak loud. You receive your portion as you desire. So what I'm trying to say, there are a number of opportunities, and AFAS is willing to support us to go to the next level. As extension agent, let us come together collectively to bring the change that we desire. We have the opportunity, and as I said earlier, it is not about you and us. It is about we. Collectively, we are able to bring the change. These insights that we have received, these innovations that we have had, we cannot move Uganda to the next level unless we work together. Together we stand. Can we say that?
Together we stand.
Together we are moving.
Together we are moving.
And the change that Uganda wants is here in this house.
And the change that Uganda wants is here in this house.
Yes, we can make it.
Yes, we can make it.
And I know we are making it.
And I know
because we have desired. And as we desire, under the leadership of UFAS, we are going to move forward. As UFAS, I can say we are here to support you, to see you move. And as I finish, I will not forget to say, next year, next year, in April, towards the week of April, 28th to 2nd of May, 28th April to 2nd of May, we have the Continental Extension Week. And I want to see many of you there. Who is coming? By faith receive.
Amen.
Yes, once in a while I become a prophet. Okay, so we have the Continental Extension Week, and there'll be a lot of interaction, there'll be a lot of learning, and it would be happy to see a team from Uganda coming over. Let us prepare. It shall be in Malawi. Push Beatrice, push UFAS as we do our AGM today. Bring in leaders that will be able to support us to attend the Continental Extension Week. With all this, on behalf of ED AFAS and the Secretariat of AFAS, I really want to appreciate you for your patience, for the learning, for the interaction. I can say personally, there has been a lot of learning. And I would say thank you to all of you. Our team from Madagascar, pass our regards. We are so grateful that you came here. And I know when you plan this in Uganda, you are inviting these people so that they can also come and see what is happening in Madagascar. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you, Dr. Lillian Lihasi, for that strong message. We are the change that Uganda needs to achieve robust, resilient, and competitive agri-food systems. And yes, we can receive it. Wow. Before I invite the Chairperson Board, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, I would like to do some more few recognitions and appreciations. And let's appreciate Access Agriculture for their great support to this week. Let's appreciate Access Agriculture. Let us appreciate the Farmers Media. Farmers Media doing great in that. Let us appreciate the teams that are doing media, photography, and we are online. This event is being covered online. This week has been covered online courtesy of the live streaming team. Let's appreciate the media, photography, and live streaming teams. Thank you. You've given them small. Give them loud. Yes. Fire. At this moment, I would like to request, but let me first withdraw the request and put a reminder. May I remind you all that you are invited for the Uganda National. It's not the Uganda National. I'm inviting you for the annual general meeting, AGM. It is the 9th, and it is happening here. Please be here after lunch, which is happening in a few minutes. Let's all be here. Whether you are a registered member or not registered, you are invited. Remember, you can still register even now to become a member of UFAS. But please, let's be at the AGM today. Let's all be there. Thank you. Finally, I want us to appreciate our hosts, for the National Agriculture Extension Week, Silver Springs Bugolobi. Let's appreciate them. And I would like to invite the board chairperson, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, to come and give closing remarks. And he will be also tasked to invite the chief guest for the official closure of the National Agriculture Extension Week 2024. Encourage him. A standing ovation, please.
Thank you so much, our dear sister and powerful moderator, Madam Brenda, our dear chief guest, Dr. Patience Ramingisa, representing the State Minister for Agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, our colleagues also from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries here present, members of the board of the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, and our dear visitors from Madagascar, our great partners, many of us that are here present, development partners, but also pension providers, our partners also from the public sector, and also from the private sector, from NGOs, civil society, but also farmers' organizations, all of you members of the UFAS fraternity, but also stakeholders in AES. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm here standing on behalf of our chairperson, Madame Adeline Hewa. And just like our moderator has been powerfully encouraging us, I want to send her warmest greetings to all of you. She certainly has worked hard to make sure that this event takes place up to the very end, preparation period. However, she was invited somewhere to offer services again that support our profession outside of the country. Otherwise, she sends her warmest regards, respect, but also appreciation for the commitment and effort have all demonstrated this Uganda National Agriculture Extension Week. I would like to start by really thanking all of you for coming to this event and also to participate so justically committed to the call that we have as agriculture extension professionals and practitioners, but also as stakeholders. I hope that in the process of your commitment, have also been able to have the opportunity to feel ownership of UFAS. In fact, my personal appeal to all of you that UFAS is your organization. It belongs to you. You must control it. But I also trust that you are benefiting from it. I would like to so much appreciate the remarks that have been made by the representative of the ED AFAS. Thank you so much. As you all are aware, UFAS is the country chapter of AFAS. AFAS is the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. And the privilege we have is that it is hosted here in Kampala. And while I think some country fora have sometimes felt that we have an advantage, but I think as UFAS we've worked hard to make sure that we do not shame AFAS being here around the globe. Please join me in appreciating so much AFAS for all its effort in nurturing UFAS, exposing UFAS Africa and globally. They've opened many doors for UFAS. And as she said, Dr. Lillian Lihasi, I believe that those doors that have been opened are truly available to all of us in the room to take advantage of. So could you please offer a word, rather a hand of appreciation to ED Affairs represented by Dr. Lillian Lihasi. I would also like to honestly, personally, sincerely appreciate all the presenters. As you've heard, we targeted to make sure that this event reminds all of us that our culture extension counts, and that without advisory services as a professional service, as a practical service, nothing much can really get to the bottom, and not much impact can be seen. Yes, we are seeing impact and changes, but I think we're here to say, as agriculture professionals, we are supported. As our colleague reminded us, we also are supported, but we are building passion, on commitment, our work. I think that we are going to see great results. So I would like to thank you so much for joining organizers, make that message that our culture extension counts, contribute to reminding us that we must again make it robust, that we must make it resilient, and also make it economically viable in this country. So thank you so much to the presenters. Thank you so much to all the exhibitors. Thank you so much to the hosts who hosted us during the field visits, service providers, but also to the media. I'd like to thank so much the presence of our Madagascar friends. Thank you for coming. Thank you for passionately engaging, including contributing ideas during this meeting. I would like just to remind us about our strategic objectives 2024-2028. One of them is that we'd like to strengthen and sustain this platform as a platform that supports AES, private AES actors or pluralistic AES actors. As you can imagine, our mouths one way or the other. That when we gather together, make our voices, bring ministers, make pronouncements, this platform gives us space to make ourselves heard. I also want to remind you that it exists, or in our next strategic plan, we exist to support information sharing. I think if we do not travel, come to meetings like this, we remain hidden in our district, remain hidden in our university, we don't get exposure. So again, to underscore that, please, let's always budget and plan to come and interact. Remember what the EDF shared. The fact that now at the African Union level, there's going to be a clear budget support for agriculture extension continental-wide. I think we need to clap for that again. There has been a lot of support for agricultural research. Somehow extension was hidden in there. So when we come to meet like this, we are able to hear such good and also strategically position ourselves, writing proposals, presenting what we are doing, and we can get and leverage those finances and support that is coming. Also want to, the next 4 or 5 years, to develop the capacity of our AES system, provide innovative business-oriented services along the agricultural value chain. I think all of us were challenged by Dr. Isiko to show that extension can be done as a business part. Now that we are wanting to become a middle-class country, and agriculture is one of the key strategies to use, I think let's take on the challenge of, can I make extension, can I earn out of it as I support my clientele group. The fourth objective is enhance professionalism and ethical conduct in AES system in Uganda. So again, in this meeting, reminded each other, and we want to continue to remind ourselves, get to the bottom of ethically, honestly serving all the clients on agriculture. We have ethical codes of conduct that we abide with, who first contributed to them, and I think as we move forward, are going to support the Ministry of Agriculture by volunteering. First, I believe should volunteer to help you measure performance. Shall maybe come alongside the organization, come with assessment, help you assess workers, and raise evidence in performance that the ministry can use to support us more. But as we plan to do that, I think let's all take on the responsibility of professional service. That means meetings like this, remind each other, we hold each other accountable to such a standard. Lastly, I'd like to catalyze strategic engagements and partnerships, which are aimed at fostering conducive environments and offer resilient agri-foods and include AES Uganda. Heard again from the EDFS, strong focus even here in Uganda on climate change. Things have changed so much. Climate is unpredictable, drought here and there, and so our clients are looking to us to help them cope with challenges. Have financial challenges also and many other forms of shocks like COVID, and as extension workers, again, use that from minding each other, communicating with each other, want to build ourselves ready, support, and resilient agriculture system. That means production systems have to be resilient, we ourselves have to be resilient, farmers have to be economically resilient, but also they have to be socially resilient in terms of gender, equity, sharing opportunities that our sector provides. I would like to really close by once again appreciating a strategy that has seen that has worked. It has been demonstrated by 2 to 3 agencies here. Here being one of them. It has rallied most of its extension workers up to 47. It has rallied its district local governments. It has rallied even other providers and brought so many of you here. We celebrate that model. I think it has also been used by Limo Trust. Without a provider like that one recognizing and bringing its staff and stakeholders here, I think would maybe have been not so many. So last year we had a lot of support from USAID in the future, National Systems Strengthening Project, who financed most of our presence. But it wasn't possible this time around, and that's why you saw made an adjustment in the fees that we were supposed to pay to allow us to be here. Why am I saying that? Is that to encourage all of you partners that are here to budget and bring as many as of your extension workers meetings. This practice also has been done by many PMOs, local governments. Again, I would like to thank the cows in the room, local government officials in the room. They can wave to us and we celebrate, including my OB, Kuluchimuli over here, from Chenjojo and also from Egego, I believe. Thank you so much. And again, to say that you can also put a budget and your extension workers have their eyes opened and challenged in these meetings. So that model works and we shall encourage ourselves to do it. Before I again reinforce the appreciation, I cannot forget to recognize the board of UFAS, and I would like to request them to stand. I may not mention all of their names, but maybe please stand, be strong. Where are the others? To my right here is, I was going to call you Honorable, Mr. Mpira Sam. He's been representing the local government, DPMOs. Thank you so much. And then we have, to my left, even our chief guest, by the way, important member of the board. Let's recognize also Dr. Rosalind Nyamutale. She's been representing the NGOs and civil society. Thank you so much. Also to recognize Madame Prudence Ayebale. She's been representing farmers organization, high-level farmer organization. Our chief guest, you don't have to stand up, sir, has been representing the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Industry and Fisheries. And right now, as Uganda, we celebrate him as our representative on the AFAS board. Can we celebrate that? That's very, very powerful. And we know that he will always lobby for the whole continent, but also bearing Uganda. Mind, there are others who are not here. Oh, we have our very own General Secretary up there, dressed for action. None other than Mr. Grace Musimami. Thank you so much, sir, for the great service. And there are many others who are not here, busy somewhere, but they've done a very great job. We also have a powerful secretariat, led by a powerful lady who I'll ask to stand up. Those secretariat, please stand up. Thank you so much. Let's celebrate her. She's our engine. She's a hard worker, sleepless. Make sure all that we strategize to do goes on very well. Thank you so much, the Secretariat. We also have had a technical working group which has been behind the design and implementation of this event. It has been led by Dr. Irene Tambula. You can stand with all the powerful team you've been working with. Let's celebrate them so much. Thank you so much. And by the way, would like many of you to join these groups for the next 2025 Extension Week to support and to build capacity in that area. Allow me to celebrate my co-moderator one more time. If you can stand up, Brenda, very powerful lady. There you are. Thank you so much. You've shown that you can do this, and I believe shall shine more in the next events. Right now, here is a list of very important partners who have been part of this event. You mentioned them, but allow me to emphasize CARE International, GIZ, thank you. GIZ supported us even with the regional workshops. We have regional presence. We are over there in all the regions, and GIZ has been giving us support together with other partners to make sure we hold those events out there. Thank you so much, GIZ. Your model has also helped us be present among members. Kilimo Trust has been recognized. Again, it has come in so powerfully, even wanting and desiring to support the youth to be part of this. Agra, Ameya, Ruforum. Can I ask the representative from Ruforum to stand up? Now, Ruforum is continental. That's why we must. Yes, behind two powerful representatives there. Thank you so much for your support, for your presence, and also your willingness to carry on with UFAS. Allow me again to recognize SNV, Ayuda here, SNV, Ayuda, Chambogo University, Mountains of the Moon University, powerfully represented. Please let's appreciate them one more time, because I saw a powerful delegation. They have a powerful presence out there, showing that they are part of this. I'd like to recognize Sasakawa one more time. GIFRAS and the GIPI SAYEP project, they've supported us so much. They also deserve to be appreciated. Narrow, powerfully represented by our very own choice and many scientists that are here. We want to appreciate the hosts, Goody Farm, and Kawanda again, Rain Pulse, Chanja, KCCA Chanja. Is one more. What? Wepo. Thank you again for giving us a chance to learn from you. I've talked about the district local government, the exhibitors, also the medical service personnel. Thank you so much, madam, for being here to support us. We appreciate that so much. Now, many others that are here, we really, really want to thank you. We have organized a token of appreciation. It's going to be in form of a certificate of recognition, going to be packaged well and passed on to all of you that I've mentioned here today. With that, I want to close by, again, as our moderator indicated, we invite you for the AGM, an election AGM. We want to choose new members, and you are welcome to stand. I hope you have expressed interest. People who have already expressed interest and are campaigning seriously, which is very powerful. And so you are welcome to stay so that you are able to vote in new leadership. Just a minute. Okay, thank you so much. So in case I have not recognized you, please know that you made a great contribution to this meeting, and maybe I'll request you colleagues to hold and shake a hand with your neighbor and say, UFAS acting chairperson and the whole board really value, appreciate your presence. And so please shake that hand on our behalf, or wave to them, whichever is easier. Thank you so much, all of you, for being part of this. With those so many words, I would like now to request you to stand up, as our moderator has been encouraging us. As we will, please let's stand up. As we welcome our chief guest to come and address us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. The Executive Director of AFAS, represented by Dr. Lillian Hassi, Chairperson, AFAS Board, UFAS Board, Chief Executive Officer, UFAS Board, government partners present, members of the civil society organization present, district local governments present, members of the media, and all protocol observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been delegated by Honorable Fred Wino Chakulaga, the Minister of State for Agriculture, who was looking forward to come and close this very important event, but unfortunately was asked to attend the NRM caucus meeting. President has called to discuss a number of important policy issues, so he could not come. But he asked me to come and represent him at the closing this event. First and foremost, I wish to appreciate and congratulate the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. Organizing this is one of the most successful National Agriculture Extension Week. And also, as a member of the AFAS board, I also wish to report that the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services is one of the most active national forums on the continent. And I can assure you, other countries will be coming to benchmark how the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services has positioned itself to represent actors of agriculture extension in the country. And so expect that some other countries will come to benchmark, see how you have been able for these years to build and strengthen this forum. And also, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries do recognize the Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. That is why they even nominated a member. That's why he was nominated to represent the ministry on the board. And soon, of course, my term also is soon coming to an end, because following my appointment to the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services, they have to appoint another person to come and represent and replace me on the board. Many of you, whenever I have gone, I've always raised certain questions. I feel really we need to look at as a continent, as the answers, we need to find answers to this. And one of the questions, the first question I have been asking was, why has science failed to transform African agriculture? I've repeated this question on several times, but I also, every time I want to repeat them. But why has science failed to transform African agriculture? Fate of the continent having headquarters of the National Agricultural Research Organizations. Have the International Livestock Research Institute based in Nairobi. If you go there and you visit livestock farmers, you cannot imagine that they are hosting whole International Agricultural Livestock Research Institute. But they are generating technologies. Technologies are going and transforming other continents. Why are we not transforming? And the other question is, when you look at from African landscape, why is it that countries with the greatest agricultural potential are the ones on the verge of starvation, nutrition, hunger? What is surprising? Let's look at it. Even the countries in the desert there, don't hear about malnutrition and hunger, and yet they have no agricultural potential. But the countries that are on greatest agricultural potential are the ones on the verge of malnutrition, hunger, and starvation. And the other day when I raised the other question of why we moved from why did Africa move from a net exporter of food to a net importer of food? I raised in some fora, and the L4 country representative sent me an article after that meeting. Sent me an article published by FAO on why we moved from being a net importer, being a net exporter to a net importer of food. When I read through that article, I came to understand why. At some point, probably I'll also share that one with you. I will share it with the UFAS so that it can be saturated. The latest question which has also raised me is that why have African governments, when you look at it, is that Africa mines 60% of their mining arable land is in Africa. 60% of their mining arable land is in Africa. 60%. But then the question is, why have African governments chosen to lease out the land to foreigners? Produce other than producing for themselves? These are questions that we really need to reflect on. And when you also look at it, you find that the microeconomic environment of the smallholder farmer is practically uniform across the African continent, Sub-Saharan Africa. Whether the country has a GDP of $7,000 or another one has a GDP of 500 per capita income. When you go to look at the state of the microeconomic environment of the smallholder farmer, at least I have the privilege of visiting more than 23 African countries and visiting the farmers. Find that the environment of the smallholder farmer is uniform. What is the problem? So those questions really keep, whenever I have an opportunity to share, I always want to share these questions with people. But now back to this, that I don't know how many of you have seen the National Development Plan 4, Strategic Direction. But the National Development Plan 4 has been developed to respond to the unique circumstances, exploit available opportunities, fast track the realization of the desired socio-economic transformation, aspirations towards the achievement of the qualitative. And in the plan, it is observed that the total factor productivity indices are less than 1 and have been declining for more than 2 years. So the total factor productivity, which is the efficient use of inputs, has been on the decline for more than 20 years. Now, what does that mean? It means that the increased agricultural production has largely been out of land expansion than intensification. So, and what that means is that also that you have an economy, when the total factor productivity is low, you have an economy that is growing but not transforming. That is why you see, in spite of the economic growth the country has experienced, the quality of life in the rural areas, if you observe, has not changed substantially. What do we need to do? So the issues of limited application of science and technology. This is a reflection of limited application, science and technology. And no application of, because of low limited science of technology, there is low application of inputs such as fertilizers, quality seed, planting materials, and others. And that is where the role of agriculture extension comes in. Because the agriculture extension is a tool for socio-economic transformation. And for some of you, socio-economic transformation is the fourth pillar of the NRM government ideology. There are 4 pillars, but socio-economic transformation is the fourth pillar. So we have, as extensionists, a very important role to play in causing the socio-economic transformation. Unfortunately, I've observed over the years that there's been a declining value of agriculture extension among policymakers and development practitioners. And this is where the UFAS has to play a great role in raising awareness, in raising stakes, increase the value of agriculture extension in the minds of policymakers and development practitioners. And all of us have a role. UFAS is simply an umbrella organization that is bringing all those people with interest in extension together. But we have a role to this advocacy, raise the value of extension, and until we have raised that value, we will not be able to raise public expenditure in agriculture extension. So the National Agriculture Extension Policy of 2016 was able to bring, so this, what we are experiencing today is a product of the National Agriculture Extension Policy 2016. Because it clearly stipulated and that there was need for roles of every actor in the system play his or her role, but in a pluralistic environment. So it created that environment for the emergency of forum like Uganda National the Agriculture Extension Advisory Services. Which advocated also for a private sector involvement in delivery of extension services. However, as many of you may observe, Uganda's private sector is largely dominated by informal small and medium enterprises. It's estimated that there are about 1.1 million small and medium enterprises in Uganda. And those small enterprises, they constitute 60% of the businesses. And they contribute 80% to the GDP. And 90% of the private sector. Those small, medium enterprises. But most of them are largely formal. And in order to, for us to get the economy moving, we need to move from that informality and transit them into the formal sector. And most of these enterprises are in agriculture. That is why agriculture extension now has a great role to play in transiting these small, medium enterprises from the informal to the formal sector of the economy. We observe the president has been complaining that URA is collecting only 13% the GDP. Yet in developed countries, they are collecting about 40%, more than 40%. Simply because our SMEs are largely informal. And until we are able, and this is the extension has a big role to play in transiting this. And by doing so, you're going to facilitating now the growth of tax collection by URA. And in the process, making the economy self-sustaining. So agriculture extension really has a much bigger role to play than many people think. It has a much bigger role to play the socio-economic transformation. And the government, over the years, has also tried to increase public support extension service since this reform took place. Currently, we have, as you are informed previously, we have about more than 4,000 extension agents. Although not well facilitated, but efforts have been made to facilitate them. And I think by now, more than 40% of the extension staff have motorcycles. And the government has now, under the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, budgeted to make sure all extension staff will be equipped with motorcycles. All, their balance. So we are moving, although not at a pace that we would have wished to move, but at least we're on the move. And as we move forward, our focus look at how do we bring together institutions. You know, agriculture extension is a bridging institution. That a bridging institution. And we therefore need to bring together educational institutions, we need to bring farmer organizations, we need to bring together research institutions and form that nexus. Universities, for example, have been very laid back and not very active. And in one of the forums, actually, I've really criticized universities because they are supposed to be at the forefront of generating information, knowledge, technologies, and also advise on policy. But unfortunately, in the current environment, they are more of recipients of policy. Yet they should be really assert themselves in the policy process and help us change course of direction. So we have challenged universities not to sit back. They are supposed to contribute a lot in the design of these policy documents that we come up with. Because they are the knowledge bases. They are supposed to contribute significantly and assert themselves in the policy process. Comes more of directing and supporting policy than being policy recipients. And therefore, I call upon them to become more proactive and support government in making more realistic policy decisions. And the Ministry of Agriculture is also working in investments in the digital agriculture. We have invested a lot. We have developed a number of digital solutions that are supposed to support the extension service. And what we need to do now is looking at how these solutions that have been developed be integrated for more of an agricultural and information management system. And that process is also cost. And as most of you are aware, government has taken a very serious sweeping reform, merge agencies, line ministries. And that means that more responsibility, that agriculture extension will have much more responsibility. And some of the functions that these agencies have been implementing. So there will be an increased role. Of course, there are critics saying these agencies were more efficient than the ministries. And therefore, we are trying to take them back, get more inefficiency. And me, I personally don't subscribe to that one. It's about really strengthening the ministries to perform their functions. So the president reminded us, you know, this reform has not started all of a sudden. It has been ongoing since 2015, 2016. The government commissioned study as to how what was going on, public expenditure of government programs. Yesterday, the president reminded us of that report. Because in 2016, we had the total number of government agencies, more than 140 agencies, and had staffing of about 3,905, something like that. And when you look at the agencies, at that time, government was spending 2.2 trillion on these agencies, staffing of only 3,900. But on ministries, government was spending 2.6 trillion with staffing of more than 18,500. So that study showed that really there was a high public expenditure. Public administration was much higher, and therefore this money was really going to do the actual work. That was the so it is not that the real government has just woken up the merger. It has been a process going on, but eventually it has become. So it is not that we are. It's real about. That's why they called it rationalization. Rationalization, efficiency, use, and application of resources. So we need to work. We have to make sure, because this kind of fora help us come up with ideas on how we can efficiently make institutions work, create backward and forward linkages in agriculture and industry. And that is the only way we are going to realize the transformation that the country desires. So I don't want to take a lot of time. I know lunch is already, so I'm the one who is problem between here and lunch. But I wish to conclude by reassuring members of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries support and to thank Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services for mobilizing and making sure that the National Agricultural Extension Week becomes a culture in Uganda. And therefore, I would also wish to request that a report from this is synthesized and a policy brief prepared and submitted to the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries so that we are able to pick out those policy issues, because this is the only way we can work to influence policy. And I believe these kind of diverse stakeholders that have sat here is our the kind of recommendations that come here have to be respected. So I wish to thank you, all of you, for coming, for the 1 week you have been around, for the deliberations. I saw the parallel sessions were very rich, and I'm sure the issues that have been generated very useful for us to make the right policy choices. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Can we celebrate and appreciate our chief guest one more time with a strong, powerful appreciation, standing ovation by instruction, and thank you so much. I always appreciate the statistics and the numbers and the challenges that he gives to us. You may be seated. I want to beg your indulgence once more time to allow us to recognize a very important partners here present, not in any order of importance, but to truly appreciate your contribution to the event. And as we prepare, bear with me, my list got important contributors, not only in this debate, but really ever since we have been around. As much as NADS has been merged with the ministry, we still appreciate the contribution NADS has made over the years. If Tabu Kenya is here, one of the powerful executive can stand recognition. Again, Pelam is stand for recognition. Our very own, they will be recognized again. And sir, just to make it quick, where is Pelam? Oh yeah, please. Thank you so much again for all your support. The PESA model, and it's going to be reflected, sir, in the communique that is going to be shared, and many other models that we've learned during this meeting. Right now, and please don't go away, Pelam, let's start by appreciating the African Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. I hope the ED is still represented. Please welcome Dr. Lillian Lihasi, or at least a representative from there. As she please come. This is to appreciate efforts for all the powerful support. Maybe Lee, can you, or Brenda, come and read. Next is Pelham. I said it wasn't. Pelham. Please, Pelham. Our very own Hadija. Welcome, Ale. Here is Z. Here is Z. Here is Z. Our very own Oba. There are only 2 Obas in the country that I know. Can we celebrate? Here is Z. Thank you so much. Kilimo Trust. Kilimo Trust. Okay. Trust, I know they maybe have. Agra representative. Agra. Ruforum. Ruforum. There comes our very own Nadia, presenting Ruforum. Thank you so much for your support. SNV. SNV. A representative from SNV. Thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it. Let's also clap for him as he comes. SNV. SNV. For another photo. Sasakawa Africa Association, representative from Sasakawa Africa Association. Thank you so much. You? Kea Uganda. Kea Uganda sent us the largest number of delegates. Where is Kea Uganda? Thank you. Oh, she's coming. She's coming. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that is. We appreciate you so much. Great support indeed from Kea Uganda. They really care. As you know, learning how to do private sector extension started with nuts. So as much as they have become part of the ministry, Dr. Bukenya, please come and receive our appreciation from UFAS to nuts. Can we celebrate the NADS? We learned a lot from them, and we are improving a lot from that experience. All right. You, sir. Appreciate it. Ameya. Ameya is a new strong partner. Ameya is Kazero here. Okay. Pass it on. Maif Dayes. Dayes, the Directorate of Agriculture Extension Services. Okay, I think this can be Peter, come and you've been requested to receive behalf of Dayes. Mr. Ampira, also board chairperson, other board member, board chairperson, you never know, board member representing local government. Chambogo University, represented by our very own Dr. Irene Tambula, and she has been our chairperson, technical organizing committee. Please pass on our appreciation to This is to the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Makerere University. Let's invite a young man to represent college. Don't stop clapping, please, young man. Mountains of the Moon University, very powerful delegation that came in from Mountains of the Moon. The dean was here, PRO was here. Are they maybe gone? Or they are here? You're welcome. Let's celebrate them. Ayuda Asio. Ayuda, representative from Ayuda. Powerful partners. Gulu University. Gulu University, very powerfully represented. Okay, the professor looks like he left. District local governments, I think we have to make for those who are present. I would like one representative to come from DPMO's offices here represented. And we, okay. Can we celebrate the DPMO from Chenjojo? And maybe as he comes, all the DPMOs, could you please stand for salute and recognition? Look at that. Can we celebrate them so much? From Buvuma, from Kagadi, from Agago, from Tegego, and lastly, Terego. Powerful. Thank you so much. You have represented them. By the way, our keynote speaker, Dr. Lillian Lihasi, and a recognition for your powerful speech and direction that you gave us on day one. Welcome, madam. Okay, represented by our very own Jackie. Can we celebrate? I think can we invite all the tech committee members to come and give a powerful blessing and handshake from our chief guest? Be quick, please. And your certificates be handed over to you. Bear with us on that. Okay. Well, the chairperson. Photographer, please. They're going to stand here and I want also to invite the CEO. Come and join them for a powerful picture. You're also can we extend a little? Extend a little. Isaac. The, colleagues, we forgot hard and access agriculture. Forgive us, but after here, we are going to invite them. Thank you so much. Before you go, again, we beg your indulgence. Access agriculture deserves a powerful handshake. The rest of you may leave. And certificate. That's access agriculture. To be followed by YPAD. YPAD, please also prepare to come. This is access agriculture. Thank you. YPAD, please. YPAD. Your YPAD? Okay, stand there. Pad. And I hope this won't be the final. We call them farmers media. There's one more. Farmers media, please, farmers media. Okay, as farmers media comes, we have our delegates from Madagascar also deserve a certificate for participating in this event. Please come forward. Give salute from and okay. Madagascar team. Can come this. Farmers Media, please. Let's celebrate Farmers Media. They help us be visible. So much. Thank you, sir. And how should we appreciate our chief guest? Another standing ovation. As we get, as if, okay. Very powerful ally. Thank you so much for honoring this meeting and being part of us. Your words of wisdom and your support all the time. Really appreciate it. One more time, a hand of appreciation. Now, with those many words, but also moment of celebration and interaction, I'd like to invite you. I've been reminded that the evaluation was sent. I want to encourage you to fill in. Then you're welcome for lunch. We're going to take 15 minutes. We'll then come back here for the annual general meeting, which we shall make sure also takes a maximum of 1.5 hours that you can go home. Thank you once again for your great presence. Want to thank you. We also want to say that soon we shall be informing you when the next National Culture Extension Week is going to take place. And also, as guided, we are also going to send you a summary, the policy direction that this meeting has pointed us to, and the thing that we must do when we return our places of work. Again, thank you so much. May God bless you all. We'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Those of you whose certificates are not signed, please bring them back here for the person responsible to sign them. Those whose certificates are not signed, please bring them back here so that they receive a signature. Friends, if your certificate is not signed, please bring it back.